The sacred tooth relic that resides in the Senkadagala kingdom is revered and worshipped as the living Buddha himself. Thus, among daily, weekly, and annual rituals associated with its worship, the Dalada Perahera conducted in the month of Esala is considered the foremost amongst all such processions in the nation. According to the details present in the Mahaparinibbana Sutra of the Digha Nikaya, among the relics of the Buddha there were 4 tooth relics. A tooth from the lower left jaw was washed over by the truth that the Tathagata spake over 45 years and came into the possession of the people of the Tunsinghale as an auspicious piece of samsaric good fortune. Due to the threatening conditions that occurred in the Kalinga nation during the reign of King Muttasiva, Princess Hemamala and her consort, Prince Danta, brought this sacred tooth relic to our nation during the reign of King Kitsirimevan. Subsequent to this happy event, which occurred in AD 328, the relic was placed in the Isuramuni Vihara, and King Kitsirimevan commenced the worship of the sacred tooth with the Dalada Perahera. The procession was of such pageantry and such beauty that King Kitsirimevan conducted the Perahera every year during the time of the Anuradhapura kingdom to invoke blessings on the people, bring rain, and to give us a bountiful harvest. It was in this way that the background was laid for the annual celebration of which the sacred tooth relic was taken in procession along the streets for the devotion and worship of the people of the country. Therefore, regardless of how a king ascended the throne or how his coronation took place, if he did not have the blessings of the sacred tooth relic and the rains and fertility that it promised, he was subject to the censure of the people and not considered by them to be a sovereign king. The successive kings of Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, Dampadeniya, Yapahua, Kurunagala, Gampola, Kotte, Sitavaka, and the Kandyan kingdoms conducted the Dalada Perahera according to the great traditions of its worship that had been established before them. During the Senkadagala kingdom, King Vimaladharma Surya, despite being crowned king, was not considered a true king of the Helak people since he did not have the blessing of the sacred Dalada tooth relic. Therefore, great efforts were made to bring the sacred relic to the Senkadagala kingdom. Then, the relic, which was in the custody of Bhikkhu Ratana Lankara of Devanagala at the Sabaragamuwa Dalgamuwa Mahavihara, was brought through the Uva province in secret and on the first day was placed in the Gedige Vihara. Historians knowledgeable of the matter say that on that day, the Dalada Vahanse was brought into the courtyard of the king and a special building constructed to house the sacred relic. The Kanda Udarata Sri Dalada Mandira came into being in this way. Up until the year 1815, when the Hela kingdom passed into the control of British colonists, the Dalada Perahera was conducted with royal honor and devotion each year in the month of Esala. During the period of the colonists, in the absence of the Hela king, the Diyavadana Nilame was tasked with conducting the annual Perahera according to the ancient traditions, and space was provided for this. The Dalada Perahera traditions and those of the associated Devales arose from the devotion of the Buddha and great compassion for the people and were founded on the highest of human qualities. The Senkadagala Dalada Perahera is the only such ceremonious procession in the world where the streets are lit up by the collective devotion of the gods, human beings, and elephants to the living Buddha. Thus, the Maharandoli or the Grand Randoli Perahera is honored for its pageantry by the great devotion of our people, and this is an earnest request on our part to you to be a part of this with your hearts and with your minds.
අරවානිවන් අබ පුරතොර අකුළු ළමින් සුරකින බැවින් සිරිදලඳා සමීදු පෙමින් පරසතු කුසුම් උඩුගුවනි විසුරුවමින් පෙරහැර පවත්වති දෙවියෝ ඔබේ නමින්
Dalada Samidupitai. You are now joining with the live broadcast of the fifth and final Grand Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2024. You are now witnessing the royal officials who took permission from the Diyavadana Nilame, and right now we see the Diyavadana Nilame being blessed by the chief priest of the Pullayar Kovil, who will anoint him with a tinnoru, which is a tradition that can be seen in the final Randoli Perahera. It is with respect to the traditions on this day of the Grand Randoli Perahera that the Diyavadana Nilame will be blessed by the chief priest of the Pullayar Kovil in Kandy, who garlanded the Diyavadana Nilame with flowers and placed a tilak on his forehead as a form of blessings, which is a unique tradition that symbolizes the unity among our faiths of religion. And now the Diyavadana Nilame will be reverentially carrying the Perahera casket under the protection of the custodian venerating prelate of the Askiriya Mahavihara, Venerable Urulavatte Sri Dhammarakita Thero, who will walk towards the ceremonial tusker under much veneration, amidst the offering of light, sounds, scents and flowers, all the way from the upper chamber till it is placed on the awaiting tusker. We are now seeing the Perahera casket, which contains 32 relics of Lord Buddha, being placed within the Ranhili gate that is mounted on the lavishly costumed tusker, who will uplift the majesty of this great procession. These officials are seen offering flowers and floral garlands to the Perahera casket, and this is the 10th and final night procession of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2024, the grand festival of respect that pays homage to the sacred tooth relic to honor Lord Buddha. And this is the devout moment when the royal tusker shall step down from the Mahavahalkada, the main entrance, onto the Sadagala, the moonstone, amidst the tune of traditional Nagasingha music in preparation to parade the streets of the Kandian city. Today, the royal tusker will be Indiraja of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, and as per the customaries of the 5th Randoli Perahera, he will be walking on white carpets known as Pavada and under the large decorated canopy known as the Uduviyana. On this year, 2024, we are witnessing the grace of the 1714 Perahera that had begun during the reign of King Kirtishri Meghavarna, who pledged that the relics must be carried around the city once a year. And this tradition still continues, followed by the succession of many ruling kings, prime ministers and presidents of our country. Walking up front with the sound of thundering whips piercing through the skies are the whip crackers, announcing that the procession has commenced, and these whip masters are tasked with clearing the way for the sacred relic casket and the king. When looking back at the history in the ancient times, it was the ruling king who would parade the streets in the Perahera. But now it is the Diyavadana Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, who will resemble the king in the modern day Perahera. The Perahera is believed to be held in prayer for timely rainfall, and the elements of the Perahera is structured in a symbolical way that it paints the imagery of a rainfall. Rain would never be showered without the striking sound of thunder, and these whip wielders are the symbolic imagery to depict the sound of lightning and thunder to pay homage to the rain gods, requesting to bless our crops and cultivations with rain. The whipmaster's duty is handed down from generation to generation of their clans, and only those who have mastered the art of whip cracking will be taken to participate in the Kandy Esala Perahera. According to traditions, a Perahera which does not have this pedigree are not even being worth called such. In single file, we see the whipmasters carefully manipulating their whip that is nearly 7 feet in length and which is made fully out of natural materials. It can be noticed how these whip masters are untying the knots that are formed with the whipping, and that is symbolic to the various problems that we face in this journey of life, where we too spend a careful expense of mind in untying our problems down our own walk down the journey of life. Many onlookers who are seated around the city of Kandy to witness this Perahera can be seen throwing thousands of coins to the streets in the belief that this practice will ward off any evil from their loved ones and for blessings from the sacred tooth relic. This is in fact a beautiful tradition that highlights the basis of giving, offering and sharing among the people of our land. Sri Lankans are in fact among the top in the world's giving index. That is indeed an outcome from the social influence of Lord Buddha's teachings. And this evening, this troop of whip crackers are being led by Mr. Upali Jayaratna. This evening, the Perahera commenced at the auspicious hour of 6:57 p.m., heading the auspicious direction of south, and shall parade down the Dalada Vidya, Yatinura Vidya, Kandy Vidya, and conclude ascending the Raja Vidya. Rain does not come with thunder alone, just as lightning flashes across the skies. The procession too has its flashes of light, dancing across the faces of the people lining in the streets to watch. These are the fire dancers who are offering fire, inviting the rain gods to water our lands with rain. Even though it seems very paradox to learn that we offer fire to seek for water, this phenomenon of nature is magnificently depicted by this group of fireball dancers who perform this thrilling stunt of acrobatics while illustrating how lightning comes with the rain. The turning of fireballs is called Pandampaliya, which paints the night with varied patterns of light, using both hands and feet, along with thrilling episodes of fire stunts. Back in history, Kandy and performing arts have been classified into 5 variants, which were known as Wahala Ilangama, Singakkara Ilangama, Tambarapittukkara Ilangama, Natum Ilangama, and Kavikara Maduwa. Interestingly, it was the king's order that all five of these classifications must be performed in the Perahera, which is a royal order that is still being obeyed since the ancient times till the modern days. The fireball dance is performed in 3 levels that are known as the Bintalaya or the low level, Madatalaya or the mid level, and Ahastalaya, the sky level. That is definitely the highlighted episode of the fireball dance that is performed standing on each other in great discipline and balance. The splendor of this dance is seen when a large group of them perform simultaneously, merging their various fiery elements into an amazing display of light and heat. The tradition is handed down from generation to generation, with individuals of all ages, from the very young to the very old, taking part in the display of the priceless and cultural heritage of their clans. These fireball dancers are trained by Mr. E.D. Tilakaratna of the Ragama Walpula Aesthetic Academy and have been performing in the Kandy Esala Perahera for many years. And on this occasion itself, we are seeing not just one, but several generations of artists representing the team of fireball dancers. The dancers are seen creating their paintings of fire across this night sky as they move in the procession. For the children, it is fire play, but for the experienced elders, it is a devout and committed fire offering. The dancers are being mindful about the part that fire plays in dispelling darkness, cooking, protecting crops and henas, and seeing taming this fire and making it an offering to the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, while creating curiosity, satisfaction, and amazement on the onlookers. An ancient poem translated from the book Sangarajwata recites the story of the Kandy Esala Perahera as follows. The kingdom of Senkadagala, the procession of the month of Esala, held from times ago in favor of the gods above, led by the grace of the Buddha, followed by the deities, the Perahera shall perambulate just as the kings did commemorate. Next in line of the procession are the Buddhist flag bearers, who are clad in white national costumes, carrying the most respected flag of Buddhism, while being preceded by the national flag of Sri Lanka. The sight of these Buddhist flags create a sense of tranquility among the spectators, reminding us the fact that this procession is in celebration, devotion, and as an offering to the great Lord Buddha. A priority of the Kandy Esala Perahera is to reflect the unity of Sri Lanka as a nation, which is here symbolized by the national flag that was leading this army of flag bearers. The Buddhist flag is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represent the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal strips represent the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical strips represent eternal world peace. This ceremonious procession is performed in adulation of the living Buddha and as well as a paramita or act of kindness for the future Buddha. The hexacolored flag displayed in ceremonious form to remind people of the great scope and depth of the Dharma that was preached by Lord Buddha. The flags create a sense of unlimited compassion of the Buddha. This sight truly calms the undisciplined, wayward minds and focuses them on love and compassion that radiates across the universe, the teachings of Lord Buddha. The unique collection of flags right in front of us are the provincial flags. These include the uniquely designed flags for the 12 states and 9 counties that were under the rule of the ancient Kandyan kingdom. It was the tradition that the respective chieftain of the state, known as the Raterala, would participate in the Perahera with their respective flag that is unique to their state to showcase their loyalty towards the king. While this traditional display reminds us on the glory and sovereignty of the ancient Senkadagala kingdom, it also represents the symbol of governance in compliance to the 10 great leadership qualities preached by Lord Buddha, known as the Dasa Raja Dharma. The flag seen here could be identified as the sun and moon flag of the Satara Koralaya, lion flag of the Sat Koralaya, white flag of Matale, silk flag of Sabragamua, Beherunda Pakshya flag of the Tun Koralaya, peacock flag of Uwavellassa, and the lotus flag of Udapalata, which represent states of Sri Lanka. These flags are followed by the county flags that represent the counties of Wellassa, Bintanna, Tamankaduwa, Udunuwara, Yatinuwara, Dumbara, Hewahata, Kotmale, Udabuladgama and Pathabuladgama. The flag bearers we see here and in the previous episode are the inmates of the Pallekele Open Prison Camp who have been starring in this segment in the Perahera for many years. They too are humans, just like us, who were once diverted in life in lieu of a wrongdoing that could have been a mistake of theirs or of their society. But this participation is a part of the ordeal in releasing them back to society as corrected humans, and therefore they are here today to pay homage to the sacred tooth relic in hope for the change that they pray for in their lives. The same flags we saw before are now being displayed in metallic form, and these are the flag bearers who remind us of the proud heritage of the Kandian era. These brass stands are in fact metallic representations of the flags belonging to the 9 states and the 9 ancient counties, using its exact same elements that are carved with great precision and attention to minute details, which certainly portray the great artistry that takes a lot of time, patience and energy. In fact, these artists who belong to the Navandanna clan or Gurukulaya were the same ancestors who used to make beautiful gold, silver and brass ornaments with detailed engravings with precious gems embedded for the king and as offerings to the sacred tooth relic for the procession. Walking in great discipline in their calm nature are the army of sword bearers who provide protection to the Perahera casket. Clad in white sarong and a white headdress, this army is seen carrying the raised swords, not in warfare, but in a disciplined walk of calm serenity. The symbolic idea of these sword bearers is the historic protection that was provided with utmost might to the sacred tooth relic. For those of you who may know the history of the sacred tooth relic, would be patriotically proud of our history and the heroic personalities who always protected the sacred tooth relic with highest levels of bravery. Since the ancient times, the sacred tooth relic has played an important role in local politics, since it was believed that whoever who holds the sacred tooth relic shall hold the governance of the country. And this team of sword bearers are being represented by the Angampura squad of the Sri Lanka Air Force. From the Anuradhapura era to the Kandian era, there have been several battles over the sacred tooth relic, and it has always been protected by the patriotic warriors. And this is a lesson we need to teach our children, a story to be proud of. And here we see the arrival of the Peramunerala, the most magnificent sight of the very first elephant. It is the norm of the Perahera that the Peramunerala of the procession is the first person on elephant back, and neither officials nor elephants are permitted to parade before the Peramunerala. And this evening, leading the Grand Randoli Perahera dressed in a majestic green costume is the Tusker Pulatisi Raja belonging to the Sri Dalada Maligawa stable of elephants. Pulatisi Raja is a Burmese tusker who was gifted to the Sri Dalada Maligawa in the year 2017 by the former President of Sri Lanka, Mr. Maithripala Sirisena. Clad in the traditional white costume that comprises of the white jacket and triangular hat, the Peramunirala we saw was carrying the Secretariat's call, known as the Lay Committee. And now we see the arrival of the very first Havisi troupe that represents the official musical ensemble who are permanently seconded to the service of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. They perform in such dignified presence in front of the procession as a tradition that they practice with majestic skill. And in fact, there can be no Panchaturya Vadana or traditional orchestra of Sinhalese music that produce sounds, either using drums or other traditional instruments, are permitted before the Havisi. And to know more about Havisi and all of the traditional dance items that we will be seeing in this grand pageant, we will be having Mr. Grabibandhu Vidyapati in the studio with us, a veteran traditional dancer who will teach you more about our culture.
Havisi, this large ensemble of avant-garde drummers are representing the traditional orchestra of the Sinhala music known as Panchaturya, the fivefold musical instruments. Four types of instruments are represented here out of the five. The hand cymbals, talamputta, followed by the daula and the tammatama, the two-faced kettle drum, and the traditional horn, horanava, are combined to make a symphonic sound. Master drummers representing the four main lineages, Ihalavela, Molagoda, Uduvela and Malagammana, are taking the lead of this ensemble of Havisi drummers. And these traditional families were assigned by the king to perform the duties for the temple of the tooth relic. And for generations, these traditional families, with great devotion, have brought forth this art and the duty to this day. It is the avant-garde drum ensemble that makes the pace of the entire Perahera with the serene rhythm. And they control the momentum of the entire Perahera with the profound drum beat that sets the pace, the rhythm and the tempo of the Perahera.
Riding on the second elephant with dignified majesty is the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The Gajanayaka Nilame is the royal official in charge of the king's troop of elephants, and it is a position given to him by royal decree. And this evening the Gajanayaka Nilame is on the mount of the Tusker Sindhu, belonging to the most venerable Mahanayaka Thero of the Malvatta monastic order, Most Venerable Tibbatuave Sri Siddhartha Sumangala Thero. Following the Tusker Sindhu, we will now be seeing the very first dance item of the Perahera, and this is the Bulat Pade dance that is being represented by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara of the Sri Dalada Maligawa troupe of dance.
Bulat Padaya, dance with a handful of betel leaves. A handful of betel leaves is this is the Kotala Padaya dance, which symbolically represent the spreading of the saffron water to purify, to cleanse the Perahera path. The Kotala Pade dance is adapted from the traditional Kuhumba Kankari ritual, and turmeric water, which the little pots contain, is considered a sanitizing agent. Kotala Padaya is one of the 7 ceremonial dances performed in the Kuhumba Kankarya ritual that represent the various objects used in the Kankarya ritual dances. This group of young dancers perform the Kotala Padaya with a deep mandir, or the main stance of the Kandian dance.
Riding on the third tusker of this evening's Perahera is the official carrying the Buddhist flag, who is on the mount of the tusker Burumaraja, belonging to the Sri Dalada Maligawa stable of elephants, was gifted to Sri Lanka in the year 2007 during the reign of the former Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Mr. Ratnasiri Wickramanayake. Following Burumaraja, we are seeing the Malpadaya dance performance that is also represented by Mr. W.M. Dayananda.
Malpadaya, dance with the coconut flower. The coconut flower is considered as a symbol of prosperity in Sri Lankan culture. This dance is also adapted from the ancient ritual of Kumbha Kankarya. The Kankarya is also an ancient ritual that is performed to invoke the blessings of the gods for prosperity, bountiful harvest, and timely rains. Thus, in keeping with the same tradition, this dance has been now taken into the Esala Perahera.
Among the many elephants that we will be seeing in this evening's Perahera, one particular elephant who is extremely majestic in its posture is this particular elephant we are seeing right now. This elephant is Banda, belonging to the Honorable Diyavadana Nilame of the Sri Dalada Maligawa in Kandy. The official we see sitting on the mount of the elephant Banda is holding a brass umbrella, symbolizing protection to the impending relic casket. It can be noticed how Banda will be biting his trunk in the authentic Kandian formation, which was seen among all of the elephants who lived in the Kandian era since history. Just as we witnessed the undeniable majesty of the elephant Banda, we will now be seeing the Chamara dance performance that is represented by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna of the Chandananda Buddhist College in Kandy.
Chamara, the tussle dance. The dance with large white tussles is a popular folk dance that symbolizes fanning. This dance was a regular performance at the ancient royal courts in the past, and here in the procession it symbolizes providing comfort to the sacred tooth relic. According to our classical poetry of the court period of the 16th century, white tussles in motion and the majestic elephants are considered auspicious signs and sights. සල සුදු සෙමෙර සේසත් ගිජින්දු නොද වැඩි බල සුබ නිමිති පෙරමග නැකතටත් වැඩි. These lines from the Saralihini Sandese poem, the classical poem, endorse the above fact.
Just like the young dancers, we also have to speak about the future of the elephants and the great tuskers who will be taking part in the Perahera. This is in fact the youngest tusker who shall be taking part in this evening's procession, and also known as the Tusker Little Indiraja. So he is Raju, belonging to the most venerable Mahanayaka Thero of the Asgiriya monastic order, most venerable Varakagoda Sri Jnanaratana Thero. Raju is gifted from the Pinnamal Elephant Orphanage to the most venerable Mahanayaka Thero of the Asgiriya chapter in the year 2009 by the former president of Sri Lanka, Mr. Mahinda Rajapaksha, and due to his similar facial appearance and behavior to the lead tusker Indiraja, he is identified as the tusker who will someday be the king of this particular Kandy Esala Perahera. Following the tusker Raju, we will now be seeing a Nayandi dance performance that is being trained by the artists Mr. Wasantha Gunathilaka and Mr. Wasantha Rajangana.
Nayandi is the name of the costume that these dancers are wearing. It is the costume worn by amateur dancers before having the ceremonial donning of the classical or the traditional complete regalia of the dancers, that is the West costume. It takes long years of training to achieve this standard of the dance as Nayandi dancers prior to the donning of the crowning headgear of the West dancers. The dancers beautifully performed a dance called Narumatra just a moment ago with the two fanning frills on either side of their body, spreading out to make beautiful forms.
The glimpse of tuskers and elephants are some of the much awaited elements of a Perahera by the general spectators, and it's always amazing to hear beautiful stories and information about these beautiful animals who are the only animals who are permitted to be a part of the procession, which itself displays the importance that an elephant plays in the role of Sri Lankan culture. And this tusker we are seeing is the tusker Miyan Kumara, belonging to Venerable Bellangwila Dhammaratana Thero, the chief incumbent of the Bellangwila Rajamaha Vihara. The cooling breeze that blows from the surroundings, from the Udavatta forest on the right and from the Kandy Lake on the left, certainly creates the feel of how nature too contributes to the Perahera by displaying its unmatched unique forms of beauty to this Perahera that shall bless our country. Now we will be seeing the Savarang dance performance that is represented by the Nalanda Buddhist College.
Savarang. Savarang is a popular folk dance using the tussled sticks, making picturesque formations as they dance through the Perahera path. Savarama is the stick with two tassels at the two ends of the stick. And this dance is a folk dance inspired by the previously seen Chamara dance, which was performed in the ancient royal court. The Great Chronicle of Sri Lanka, the Mahavansa, states that artists adorned in elaborate costumes played veena, the lutes, and venu, the flutes, along with the drums, as an offering to the sacred tooth relic.
The majesty of the Perahera is magnified when not just one but several elephants walk next to each other in the Perahera, carrying Burmese flags to symbolize the Buddhist relationship that Sri Lanka shares with Burma. We are seeing two of the tallest elephants in the country and who are taking part in the Dalada Perahera this evening, walking right next to each other, sharing the other's company. On one side, we see the elephant Taraka belonging to Mr. Kularatna Wijetunga, the chief prelate of the Kaduwela Sri Siddharankadu Pattini Devalaya, and the elephant Gajaba belonging to Mr. Ranjit Wijesinghe of the Moranwatta Devalaya in Yakkala. Next, we are seeing the Paturu dance performance led by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara of the Sri Dalada Maligawa troupe of dance.
Paturu, or the splinter dancers, loudly produce the clapping sound out of the paturu, or the clappers that they carry in hand. The signature feature of this dance is to strike the wooden clappers on the dancers' bodies to produce the clapping sound. The free stylistic movements that the dancers execute are based on the technique of the Kandian dance.
While synchronizing his style of walk to the beat of that particular Paturu dance, we are seeing the elephant Ratna belonging to Venerable Bengamue Dhammadinna Theru, the chief incumbent of the Siripada and the Palmadula Rajamaha Vihara in Ratnapura. And it is interesting to note that right now the Grand Perahera of the Sabaragamu Mahasaman Devala in Ratnapura is also taking place. But still, this particular elephant Ratna, who is from Ratnapura, is taking part in the Kandy Esala Perahera, while the Tusker Janaraja of the Sri Dalada Maligawa in Kandy shall be the royal Tusker of the Sabaragamu Mahasaman Devala Perahera that's happening right now. which symbolizes the correlation that these places of worship too share with each other. After the walk of Ratna, we are now seeing the Pantheru dance item that is represented by Mr. Sarath Vijayasiri of the Upcountry Dance Faculty.
Pantheru is a semi-classical dance of the Kandian style or the Kandian technique. Pantheru is the circular brass frame instrument with small cymbals fixed onto it to give a subtle metallic trill as the dancers shake the instrument. The Pantheru was originally used to keep the beat in the chamber of versifiers, and since the 18th century it was used to develop this form of semi-classical dance, which evolved within an essentially Buddhist atmosphere. Like all other traditional dance forms, the Pantheru dance is also nurtured and developed by traditional families coming from villages such as Urapola, Alapalawa, Kadigamuwa, Pathahewahata and Berake. The dancer and the drummer must be in close relationship in technique and understanding of rhythm to produce such enchanting moments of dance.
Elephants come in all shapes and sizes, and one of the most majestic elephants who shall be taking part in this grand Randoli Perahera this evening is Salia, belonging to Venerable Urulavatte Sri Dhammarakkhita Thero, the chief incumbent of the historic Mahiyangana Rajamaha Viharaya. Sali is an elephant who was handed over to the Mahiyangala Rajamahavihara in the late 1980s. And in fact, Salia has been a participant of the Kandy Esala Perahera since his early childhood. And today, Sali is in fact an elephant who is in his late 40s. And he seems to be one of the most experienced elephants who shall be taking part in the Kandy Esala Perahera. Following Salia, we are now seeing the Raban Acrobats team led by Mr. Aryapala Wijayamanna.
Raban Karakavima, or the spinning of the Raban drums. Although it is commonly called Raban dance, this in fact is a sport, Raban Kridav, as it is referred to in traditional literature. It involves the skills of spinning and balancing the tambourine or the rabana on the fingertips and on the tip of a long flexible stick. Balancing the stick not only in the hand but on the chin, on the forehead are very special features of this sport. In Sri Lanka, there are several types of rabang drums. The large bench rabana, which is played in the New Year festivities. The Viridu rabana, the small hand rabana that accompanies the Viridu type of songs. And then here we have the Karakavana rabana, or the spinning rabana, which is used for the sport of spinning the drum in various manners. And the peak of this entire performance is what the little child is about to perform. To spin and place a whole set of Raban drums on the tips of a set of sticks, and also while spinning 2 other drums in each hand. These arts or sports must be trained from a tender age, so that as the young students go into their youth, they become full-fledged acrobats, dancers and performers. The spinning of the rabana and the dancing is done to the accompaniment of Rabangi, whose literal content also has the songs of worshipping the Buddha.
elephants in Sri Lanka are not just used for cultural purposes, where some elephants still reside in military as well, not as war weapons, but as mascots. That elephant we saw, who was Kandula Veera, belonging to Venerable Kalangama Narada Thero, the chief incumbent of the Sankapitti Vihara in Kaduwela, was the former mascot of the Sri Lanka army as Kandula IV. And now, following the elephant Kandula Veera, we will now be seeing the Thum at Thum dance instrumental troupe that is being represented by Mr. Sujit Anand.
Thammattam. Thammattam is one of the main percussion instruments of Sri Lanka and plays a predominant role in Buddhist festivals. There are special families that have preserved the art of Thammattam playing. Yakavela and the Asuranada families are two of them. Here we see the Asuranada family or the Asuranada school of Thammattam playing from Ridigama. And this kind. The two sticks that the Thammattam is played are called Kadipur, and this kind of highly skilled playing takes years of training. The broadly decorated turban that the drummers are wearing consists of two long tails that hang on the two sides, which is known as Deuramala, which swirls around them as they make large movements while playing. Nadia, which they perform right now, the step with which they advance, is the most popular step for any type of drumming.
Here we see representations of two beautiful elephants representing the ownership of two of the most prominent temples in Colombo. On one side we see the elephant Ganga belonging to Venerable Kirinde Assaji Thero, the chief incumbent of the Hunupitiya Gangarama temple in Colombo, and on the other side we see the elephant Deumini belonging to the Sambodhi Vihara in Colombo. Following the elephants Ganga and Suddhi, who we saw before, I had to make a correction over there. It was the elephant Suddhi belonging to Mr. Premasiri Kaluarachi of Habarana, who walked alongside the elephant Ganga. And right now we are seeing the mixed folk dance that has been represented by Mr. P.C.B. Vijay Surya.
In the many varieties of Gaminatum or folk dances in Sri Lanka, we find this very recently introduced variety of the mixed folk dance, combining different types of folk dances. And here in this dance we see the stick dancers, raban dancers, chamara dancers dancing together in the same rhythm. The talampata or the hand cymbals are also combined here along with other instruments. Unlike the classical dances, in these folk dances, you might notice that the rhythm patterns produce jovial and very lightly composed rhythmic combinations. Instead of the serenity and the profundity of the classical dances, these young folk dancers are enjoying themselves with variety of dance patterns, dance movements that are in a very lighter vein. seemingly a well choreographed dance where the dancers enjoy the freedom of dancing lighter but enjoyable movements.
Following this dance troupe, we are seeing two beautiful elephants walking in the screen. On one side, the elephant Rani belonging to Mr. S.M. Samaranayaka of the Velamboda Kande Devale in Gampala, and the elephant Kanchana belonging to Mr. Udara Galapatti of Giriyulla. Next, we are seeing the Lee Kelly dance item that is trained by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna of the Chandananda Buddhist College in Kandy.
Lee Kelly, stick playing, literally speaking. Lee Kelly is also a popular folk dance common to all regions of Sri Lanka, but with the accompaniment of mainly the Gataberia. This dance represents the upcountry variety of Lee Kelly. It also symbolizes the combat between the sword fighters, the great warriors of our proud past. The Lee Kelly dance usually is accompanied by chanting. Which describe the birth of the instrument, the Lee Kelly, and how the dancers take permission from the gurus before starting the dance. And it is customary that the guru has to hand over the pair of sticks to each dancer before the dance begins. The varying patterns of the drum create better opportunities for the dancers to move in multiple dance patterns and steps.
Even though we do not see female dancers in the Dalada Perahera segment, we do have female representations of elephants, and in fact these two are two of the most prettiest elephants who we shall be seeing in the Dalada Perahera. On one side we have the elephant Kumari belonging to Mr. Asanka Vijayasinghe of Balangoda, and the elephant Sita belonging to Mrs. Nilanthi Veerasinghe of Mihirigama. We are now seeing a Pantheru dance performance, and I believe this is the second time that we will be seeing a Pantheru dance performance in the Dalada Perahera segment, and this Pantheru dance troupe is being trained by Mr. Palita Hapugoda.
As the Pantheru dance was nurtured within a Buddhist cultural surrounding for nearly 300 years, even the costume bears motifs of symbols of Buddhism, such as the form of the bow leaf. The black cloth that the dancers are wearing at the back bear the motif of a symbolic motif of the bow leaf. The bow leaf is very special to Buddhists, as the legend has it that Lord Buddha attained the Buddhahood seated under a bodhi tree or a bow tree.
Among the many elephants that we will be seeing in the Perahera this evening, right now in front of us is one of the most senior female elephants of the Dalada Maligawa Perahera. And this elephant is Mali, belonging to Mr. Chatura Vikramanayaka of Maligawa. In fact, Mali belongs to the Vikramanayaka family in Horana, which was a family that had elephants living with them for a long time, and also represented the family in which one of the former Prime Ministers of Sri Lanka, Mr. Ratnasiri Vikramanayaka, also used to be. And following this particular elephant Mali, we are now seeing a Thalang dance troupe. And this particular Thalang dance troupe will be represented this evening in the Grand Randoli Perahera by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna of the Chandananda Buddhist College in Kandy.
Thalam dance is yet another popular folk dance found in many parts of Sri Lanka. Using the hand symbols Thalam Putter, there are 9 types of dances described in our traditional dance literature, and out of the 9 types, the Thalam dance can be identified as Thalanatum, the dance that keeps the beat while dancing. The drum and music ensemble that accompany the Thalam dancers consists of different types of drums, the Gataberaya, Daula, Thammatama, and the prominently sounded flute, which produces melodies from traditional folk tunes . Now the flute players began to play one of the most significant tunes of the Dalada Perahera, that is the melody of the Gajaga Vannama, the Vannama that describes the gait of the majestic elephant. Switching from one tune to another, and the drummer's beat switching from one pattern to another stimulate the dancers to make their way through the Perahera path in a variety of steps.
Walking to the tune of the Gataberaya that infuses the beat, for this Thalam dance troupe, we see the elephant Madhu belonging to Venerable Murundeniya Dhammaratana Thero, the chief incumbent of the Muthiyangana Rajamahavihara in Badulla. Following Madhu, we will now be seeing the Kadunatuma of the sword dance that is represented by Mr. Hasidu Gunawardana of the upcountry dance faculty.
Unlike the symbolic representation of the sword dancers or the sword fighters in Likali dance, here we see dancers with actual swords and shields who are performing a virile and powerful dance of the warriors. This group of sword dancers remind us the garrisons walking towards the battlefield to the sound of Rana Bera, or the war sounds, the war drums.
Carrying a Buddhist flag and a pearl and a brass umbrella, here we see the elephant Vijitaraja belonging to Venerable Dimulagala Rahula Lankara Thero, the chief incumbent of the Dimulagala Aranya Senasaya. Following Vijitaraja, we are seeing the second troupe of Nayandi dancers in the Grand Randoli Perahera this evening. And this troupe of Nayandi dancers have been represented by Mr. Saman Nilvita.
Forming a typical Naru Matre holding the long pleated cloths. The costume of the Nayandi dancers is composite of long draperies, silver and bead ornaments, namely the Ulludaya, the long cloth, Nisan Sangala, the puffy frills on either side, Devalla, the two long pleats on the sides that the dancers spread like fans. from the Matraya, the step, to the Kastirama, the ending phrase, and now back to the Gaman Matraya, or the walking step. Combining with the previously said ornaments, the other parts of this costume are the Inahadaya, the ornament that resembles the decor on the elephant's forehead. The elaborate bead-worked chest plate, Bandivalalu or armlets, Urabahu epaulets, Kadukkan the hanging ear ornaments, a turban to the head, and twinkling anklets to the feet.
Once again, we are seeing the approach of Burmese flags to symbolize the cultural relationship in Buddhism with Burma and Sri Lanka. And this evening, the Burmese flags are being carried on two elephants. Punchi Banda, belonging to Mrs. Anusha Vijayanthi Perahera of Horana, and the elephant Raja, belonging to Mrs. Sita Senanayaka Mallava of Hettimulla. This is the Udakki dance performance, and this troupe is being represented by Mr. M.B. Tennakon.
A traditional dance using the small hourglass-shaped hand drum called Udakkiya. This drum was also initially used to give rhythmic accompaniment to the panegyric songs of the Kavikara Maduwa, the chamber of versifiers, and later was adapted as a dance in Buddhist rituals and ceremonies. The special feature of Udakki dance is that unlike other traditional dances that have separate rhythmic accompaniment on other drums, the Udakki dancers play their rhythms on the Udakki itself while dancing. We now see a set of Udakki dancers making the Udakki Gataya, or the knot with Udakkis, which is a special feature in this dance. And Udakki dance is also developed within a Buddhist culture and is performed in temple rituals.
Among the many foreign tuskers we saw in this evening's procession, here we see two most majestic tuskers who are Sri Lankan nationals. Vasana belonging to the Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devalaya and Singharaja belonging to the Sri Dalada Maligawa stables. In fact, Vasana and Singharaja are not just special by being Sri Lankan tuskers who are taking part in the Perahera, but also being two tuskers who can't simply be without each other when they visit a Perahera festival. This is the great full moon of Nikini, shining bright ahead above the skies of Kandy, as the grand Randoli procession shall be perambulating in the streets this evening. Just as the copra torches or the burnt coconut shells lighting up the streets of Kandy to welcome the grand Randoli Perahera, we will now be arriving at the pinnacle moment of the Dalada Perahera this evening. And here we are, the West Dance Troupe, represented by Mr. Ishanta Ihalavela and Mr. Lasantha Wansekara, who shall be dancing in great respect to welcome the royal troupe of tuskers who shall be carrying the Perahera relic casket this evening in the grand Randoli Perahera.
Ves is the grandiloquent classical dance of Sri Lanka. This most glamorous costume symbolically represent the regalia of Kings Malaya, the royal brothers who performed the ancient ritual Hatapas Mangalya 2500 years ago, according to legend. The headgear of the dancers also symbolized the sun rays with its semicircular front piece. Slow, serene and profound in their execution of movements and steps to the accompaniment of the heavy Gatabera sound and the singing of the Gajaga Vanna. just saw one of the prominent features of the Perahera dancing, that is the gradual increasing of the speed of the movements by the drummers and slowly bringing it down back to the original tempo. And now the dancers advance.
Here we see the Karya Korala of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, who is a royal official in charge of the offerings and the Perahera of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. And can we comment a little bit about the Nagasingham troupe that we are hearing?
Nagasingham ensemble consists of Tavil, the South Indian temple drum, and Nadaswaram, the South Indian horn associated with it. Nagasingham is actually the synchronized word of the name Nadaswaram. As the last few Kandian kings were descendants of South Indian Nayaka dynasty, the Dravidian traditions that came along with them have been assimilated into Buddhist culture. This is a fine example of how the cultural harmony was fostered by the Temple of the Tooth for centuries.
Walking on the Pavada is the majestic Tusker Indiraja of the Sri Dalada Maligawa stable, who shall be carrying the sacred relic casket in the grand Randoli Perahera this evening under the white canopy. Indiraja is accompanied by the Tuskers Miyan Raja of the Sri Dalada Maligawa and the Tusker Kotte Raja of the Kotte Raja Mahaviharaya. Here we see the chamber of versifiers, or the Kavikara Madua, the group of poets who walk behind the relic casket while singing the virtues of Lord Buddha.
Kavikara Madua, or the Chamber of Versifiers, is one of the 5 institutes patronized by the Kandian kings. In the past, the silver panterua, or the tambourine, and the silver udakia, or the hand drum, are the instruments that were gifted by the king during the time of King Veera Parakrama Narendra Singha.
Following the most sacred moment of the Perahera, we see the clan of devotees holding flowers and lamps that symbolize an offering to the relic casket. The youth we see in this occasion are dressed in the most modest costume that we shall ever see in this Perahera, a plain white robe that illustrates the simplicity and modest behavior that is expected. And this is the Honorable President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Mr. Ranil Wickramasinghe, who is witnessing the Perahera from the Queen's Hotel in Kandy. There are several forms of offering that Sri Lankan Buddhists pledge as puja towards the Buddha, and one of its prominent offerings are flowers and incense sticks, which offer fragrance to the Buddha, and oil lamps, which offer light. Here we see both flowers and lamps in the hands of these devotees, which interpret this episode of the Perahera as an offering of fragrance and light towards the sacred relic casket. And this troupe of flower offerers are being represented by Mr. Samantha Perahera.
As the sacred tooth relic is worshipped in various forms, in fragrance and in light. Along with that, the dance and sound offering with the drums also combine to make the pageantry appearance of the Kandy Esala Perahera. Here we see the second group of West dancers of the Dalada Perahera.
This troupe of West dancers are being represented by Mr. Sanjeeva Verapitiya and Mr. Peter Surasena. In fact, it is an interesting fact from history that in the ancient times, the sacred tooth relic had been considered as a private property of the king, and the public had never been permitted in having a chance of worshipping it. It was indeed the thankful move by King Kirtishri Rajasinghe who declared that the relics need to be taken in procession for the public to witness and venerate and seek for blessings. And this evening, the second troupe of West dancers in the Dalada Perahera is tasked with escorting the way for the Diyavadana Nilame.
Led by the Gurukulas or the lineages of Mudadeniya and Verapitiya. The dancers perform Narumatra.
we now see the lay custodian of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, the 19th Diyavada Nilame, Honorable Pradeep Nilanga Dala, who walks with utmost pride and majesty while bringing in a true sense of ancient royalty to this Perahera. The Diyavadana Nilame is the royal official who granted water to the kings in history and is now designated as the lay protector of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, which makes him one of the truly respected lay leaders in Buddhism in Sri Lanka. Honorable Pradeep Nilanga Dala is a devoted Buddhist who is honored internationally for his services rendered towards Buddhism, for his outstanding leadership in preserving Sri Lanka's traditions and cultures for many years ahead. The Diyavadana Nilame shall walk under the Muthukudaya or the pearl umbrella, surrounded by his army of guards and followed by the Vidanes or the chieftains of the 10 associated villages of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. A unique attribute among all of these performers, elephants, and everyone who is taking part in the Perahera is being prudent in 3 virtuous qualities: being faithful to the task, being disciplined in what they do, and of course being skilled in practice of what they do. Such virtues accumulate to ignite the devotion bestowed upon the Perahera. And that marks the end of the Sri Dalada Maligawa Perahera of the Grand Randoli Perahera this evening. And the end of the Dalada Perahera takes us to the commencement of the first Devala Perahera, which is the Perahera of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya. The Sri Mahanatha Devala in Kandy is located right in front of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, where it is considered as the main shrine that is dedicated towards Lord Natha, and one of the oldest buildings in Kandy that was built even before the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The procession of the Sri Natha Devalaya is the first to follow the Dalada Perahera due to the belief that God Natha is next in line to attain Buddhahood. Starting off, we are seeing the Buddhist flag bearers represented by the Civil Defense Authority of Pallekele, and in front we are noticing quite a special flag. This is in fact the state flag of Matale, to symbolize the birthplace of the current Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahanatha Devala in Kandy. In fact, the motive behind this practice is to symbolize the Basnayaka Nilame's faithfulness towards the king. The premises of the Sri Mahanatha Devala in Kandy is recognized as the Jaya Bhumiya, or the land with luck, since the time of our ancestors, based on the indication by an ancient Brahmin named Senkanda. According to this legend, this sage Senkanda has once visited this land and had witnessed a rabbit being chased by a pack of wolves, and with flick of a moment, the rabbit had managed to chase the entire pack of wolves by itself just as it entered this land. Interestingly, it was because of this same Brahmin that evolved the name of Senkadagala to this city of Kandy. The well-known fact behind God Natha is the belief that he is the next in line to attain Buddhahood as Maitri Bodhisattva, where he is also identified as Avalokiteshvara in Indian cults. The iconography of God Natha is shown as a gentle young man of fair complexion who holds a lotus flower on his left hand. In fact, he is famed as one of the most dominant gods associated in the hill country. And here we see the arrival of the official Hevisi ensemble of the Sri Mahanatha Devala in Kandy, which has been represented by the team of Mr. S.Y.G. Vijayasena.
We see the Natha Devala ensemble of drummers advancing in simple steps to the sound of the Gaman Hevisi, the rhythms compatible with the drummer's walk. The rhythm they are playing is now the master drummers who lead the procession of Hevisi drummers can be seen with their daulas or the drums decorated with the tassels that were gifted to them by the ancient kings, accepting their services and bestowing them with the honor of performing services, the sound offerings to the tooth relic. The Thungadiya with slight turning of the body and the step moving to the three sides goes well with the rhythm pattern played on the drums. Kunda kunda takata takujing, kunda kunda takata takujing. The making of these drums is also a special art. We can see the lacquer work, the designs painted on the trunk, the body of the drums, giving the drums the visual beauty to enhance the sound that they create.
Now we see the very first elephant of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera. On this elephant's mount, we see an official carrying a very special flag, which is known as the flag of God Natha. Leading the way in the Grand Randoli Perahera of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya is the elephant Rohana, belonging to Mr. Varuna Kannangara of Horana. In fact, since history, it was the elephants of the Kannangara family in Horana who used to be the ceremonial elephants of the Sri Mahanatha Deval in Kandy, which is even happening now after many years. Following Rohana, we are now seeing a Likali dance troupe that is being trained by Mr. Upali Dharmaratna.
The fast, swift movements of this troupe of Likali dancers makes this dance different from the previous Likali that we saw in the Dalada Perahera.
Following the Likali dance, we will now be seeing another Thum at Thum instrumentalist team. And this team too is represented by Mr. Jagat Asuranada of the Ridigama lineage. So I believe we spoke about several lineages or families who are still preserving this art of Thum at Thum. And I believe this is the second time that we are seeing the Asuranada family representing the Perahera, isn't it?
Indeed, Nilesh. The Ridigama Asuranada clan and the Yakavela clan are the most well-known of groups that have preserved the art of Thum at Thum play.
Now we see the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahanatha Devala in Kandy, the royal official who is in charge of the elephants who shall be taking part in the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera. And this is the elephant Sandeuraja, belonging to Mr. Pradeep Miyanapalava of Mavanella. Now we will be seeing a Pantheru dance troupe, and this team of Pantheru will be represented by Mr. Ruwan Marasinghe.
As mentioned before, Pantheru dance is an essentially Buddhist dance form that grew within the surroundings of the rich and fertile Buddhist cultural atmosphere. Hence, all the ceremonies of this dance form consist of songs and chants glorifying the virtues of the Buddha. Today in the Dalada Perahera, these dancers recite poems from rituals such as Suvisi Vivarana, Sat Satya and Pansali Swas. This dance form Panteru has developed its unique style since the 18th century. There are families who specialize in the Panteru style of dance. Regional styles from villages like Karagahagedara of Hatkorlea, Dehimaduwa of Hatkorlea, and several schools of Panteru dance from the Kandian region have kept this art alive for centuries.
Next, we are seeing a Savarang dance troupe, and this troupe of Savarang is being represented by the artist Dilshan Shalika.
Beautifully clad in yellow costumes and swinging the savarang with yellow tassels, these dancers represent the color, saffron color that is attributed to God Natha. The dancers making their way through the Perahera path with picturesque movements.
Carrying a Buddhist flag to symbolize the Buddhist affiliation with God Natha, we are seeing another elephant of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera, and this elephant is Sumana, belonging to Venerable Boralande Vajranyana Thero, the chief incumbent of the Sambodhi Vihara in Colombo. And this is the fully lit up auspicious moon, the full moon of Nikini, that is shining bright high above the skies of Kandy. Following the elephant Sumana, we will now be seeing a Paturu dance troupe, and this troupe of Paturu is being represented by the artist Mr. Neil Chaminda.
Also clad in yellow outfits, the young Paturu dancers or splinter dancers perform simple steps. The flutists here in this group play the melodies from the ancient Prasasti songs, the panegyric songs that were sung in the Kavikara Madua to praise the kings. We now see another group of Udakki dancers.
Indeed, this is the Udakki dance troupe of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera, which is represented by the artist Dhammika Bandara Tennakol.
The Udakya is also attributed to God Shiva. Shiva, in his form as Nataraj, carries in his right hand a small Udakya known as Damaru, which symbolize the cosmic sound.
Just like the elephant Sumana who we just witnessed before, this is Sumana's colleague elephant Deumini, also belonging to Venerable Boralande Vajranayana Thero, the chief incumbent of the Sambodhi Vihara in Colombo. Following Deumini, we will now be seeing a Nayandi dance troupe that is being trained by Mr. Indika Pradeep Valikumbura.
Nayandi is the attire or the outfit of the student dancers before they become full-fledged performers after having the ceremony of wearing the complete vest costume. It takes a great discipline for the drummers to maintain the tempo and the same rhythm throughout the entire dance sessions or the dance segments.
Here we see the elephant Sudu Mahathya belonging to the magistrate of the Colombo, Mr. Tilina Sulochana Gamage. Following Sudu Mahathya, we will now be seeing a Raban dance troupe. And this troupe of Raban will be trained by Mr. Anjana Gamage.
Different drums playing in harmony inspire these young Raban dancers to maintain their pace through the dance. Dancing their way through to the accompaniment of the drums and flutes, it is clearly visible that these dances are well choreographed. Making clear formations, crossing lines, this kind of varying choreographic developments came into being in Sri Lanka in the middle of the 20th century as the traditional dance changed its space from the ritual arena and the Perahera path to the proscenium stage.
Following the Raban troupe, we are seeing quite a popular elephant in Sri Lanka in social media. This is the elephant Lasanda, or the Black Princess of the South, belonging to the Devinura Utpalavarna Sri Vishnu Devalaya. And here we have reached the most awaited moment of the Sri Mahannatha Devala Perahera, the arrival of the ceremonial troop of elephants who shall be carrying the godly ornaments of Lord Natha. And this evening, the troop of ceremonial elephants are being escorted by the West dancers, and these West dancers are being led by the artist Vishuddhi Verapitiya.
One of the most significant movements of the Kandian dance is the walk of the dancer, known as the Gaman Matraya. From the well-embellished step back to the simple Gaman Matraya, maintaining the serenity of the mood of worship.
We will be seeing the chief trustee of the Sri Mahanatha Devala in Kandy walking ahead of the ceremonial troop of elephants. And this evening in the grand Randoli Perahera, the requiraries of Lord Natha shall be carried by the most majestic yet young elephant Arjuna, belonging to the Vauru Kannada Buduraj Mahavihare in Dikwalla to Venerable Karatota Panyasiha Thero. Arjuna is accompanied by the elephant Bandara belonging to Mr. Ishanka Tilakaratna of Randeniya and the elephant Kueni belonging to Mr. Mahinda Millangoda of Kegol. Now we see the second troop of West dancers of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera, led by the artist Mr. Asanka Karunaratna, and this troop of West dancers is tasked with paving the way for the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahanatha Devala in Kandy.
Heralding the Basnayaka Nilame are the West dancers performing heavy movements. And in these traditional dances, like in the folk varieties, the leading dancers are free to do certain amount of improvisation, and the other dancers in the lines follow the dancer in the front. And even to follow the dancer, the lead dancer in the front, the dancers need to be aware of the chords of the Kandyan dance. It is not easy to follow because the main dancer makes sudden variations and changes as stimulated by the rhythms and sound of the drums.
This evening, in the fifth and final Randoli Perahera, we will be seeing the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahanatha Deval in Kandy, Honorable Basnayaka Nilame A.W.S. Bandaranayaka, who is also the Basnayaka Nilame of the Ambekke Kataragama Devalaya, and he is accompanied by the Basnayaka Nilames of the rural shrines. And today we see the Basnayaka Nilame of the Dodangwala Natha Devalaya, Honorable Akalanka Bandara Verapitiya, and also the Basnayaka Nilame of the Vegiriya Natha Devalaya in Udunura, Basnayaka Nilame Honorable Anura Iriyagama. And that marks the end of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera. Here's the beautifully lit up, charming citadel of Kandy, decorated in lights to welcome the grand Randoli Perahera that shall be parading in the streets of Kandy, being cooled by the gentle breeze of the Kandy lake. And here we find the commencement of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devara Perahera as we mark the end of the Sri Mahanatha Devara procession.
Buddhism has accommodated gods and deities of other faiths, especially Hinduism. Hence, God Vishnu is considered as a Buddhist god. He is also known as Upulvan, god of the blue lotus. We believe that he is the custodian of Sri Lanka. According to Hinduism, Vishnu is the god of preservation, the preserver of the universe. In a triad of gods, the other two being Brahma and Shiva, the god of creation and god of destruction.
Here we see the state flags of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala procession to symbolize the same fact which you just mentioned, that Lord Vishnu is overlooking Sri Lanka as the custodian deity. And the symbolic reason why we have state flags over here is to symbolize that Lord Vishnu is taking care of all of these mentioned states. Leading the procession of the Sri Mahavishnu Devale this evening, we see an official carrying the flag of the Satara Koralaya, known as the Irahanda Kodiya. And this flag is being taken on the mount of the elephant Haritha, belonging to Mr. Tusitha Ranawaka of Deniyaya.
We now see the first heavy group of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera approaching, and this troop is led by Guru Samanpriyanta Arambegidar. Traditional art of drumming in Sri Lanka is highly codified in its repertoire, very wide, and involves highly codified and intricate playing techniques of a vast variety of rhythm patterns. As mentioned earlier, every single sound of the drum or sound pattern or sound compositions can be verbally recited, thus making the art of drumming a rich and a developed one. Here we see the leading masters advancing with the decorative tassel adorning their instruments. This is the indication that they are the master drummers appointed by the king. The rhythm pattern that goes here is
Now we see the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devala in Kandy, the royal official who is in charge of the elephants who shall take part in the procession of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya. The Gajanayaka Nilame is on the mount of the elephant Suranimala, belonging to the Alut Nura Sri Dadimunda Devalaya. Next up, we are seeing a troupe of Lee Kelly dancers being represented by the Dance Academy of the artist Mr. Neil Chaminda.
Clad in blue, the color of God Vishnu, these young dancers seem to celebrate the glory of the grand pageant in energetic movements while paying homage to God Vishnu. The swaying of the hands and the jerky body movements of the Likali dancers combine to make the traditional typical folk dance styles of Sri Lanka. The jerking of the torso is also one of the most significant movements of traditional Sri Lankan dance, be it classical Kandian or folk.
On the mount of the third elephant of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala procession, we are seeing a very special flag, and this is known as the Savarankodia, a particular flag that was gifted to the people of the Satara Koralaya by a particular king as a recognition for their bravery. In fact, this flag or the Savarankodia is seen only in the final 3 days of the Esala Perahera as one of the 5 recognitions given for their bravery by King Parakrambahu II and King Rajasingha II. And that particular elephant we saw was Muthu, belonging to Venerable Murundeniya Dhammaratana Thero, the chief incumbent of the Mutiyangana Rajamaha Vihara in Badulla. And now we are seeing a Pantheru dance performance. And this particular troupe of Pantheru dancers are being represented by Mr. K.G. Dharmasiri.
It is believed that The panterua or the tambourine that the dancers use is a representation of one of the weapons attributed to God Vishnu, that is the Sudarshana Chakra that God Vishnu carries in his right hand. Performing skills such as acrobatics, pirouettes, spins is something that is enjoyed only by Panteru dancers in the Esala Perahera.
Walking in such smart posture is the elephant Banda, belonging to Mr. Sisira Samarakon of Damunupola. Following the elephant Banda, we are now seeing a Savarang dance troupe, and this troupe of Savarang dancers are being represented by the Nityatal Dance Academy of Mr. Ruan Talgahagoda. And it can be notified about the Talgahagoda family, isn't it, Mr. Vidyapati?
The Talgahagoda family is also one of the families that have kept alive the traditional art of Kandian dance in the region of Kandy. Out of the many families, Talgahagoda out of the many families of traditional Kandian dance, the Talgahagoda family, the lineage is well known for their expertise in performing the rituals of Bali.
We are seeing a very special elephant, Mr. Vidyapati. She is actually one of the very few elephants who were born in the domestic environment. And this elephant is Pooja, belonging to Mrs. Kamini Samarasinghe of Randeniya. And she is known for the fact for being a regular participant of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devala procession, who will only be here in Kandy for the final Randoli Perahera. Next, we are seeing the Nayandi dance troupe, and this troupe of Nayandi is being trained by yet another prominent name in Kandian dancing, and this is led by Mr. Sirisena Nittavela.
The Nittavela lineage is famous not only in Sri Lanka but outside Sri Lanka too, because of the great dancer Nittavela Gunaya, who was one of the first traditional dancers to take our dance form outside Sri Lanka and perform to audiences worldwide.
Following this troupe of Nayandi dancers, we are seeing the very popular Mudunkot Athinna, or the female elephant belonging to the Mudunkot family in Kandy. Muthu belonging to Mr. Indika Mudunkot, and the speciality of this particular Mudunkot Athinna, or the female elephant of the Mudunkot family, is for being a regular participant of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devala procession for a period of more than 40 years, can you believe it? And today Muthu is walking alongside with Gamunu Kandula belonging to the Pinnavala Elephant Conservation Centre. Next we are seeing the Udaki dance performance, and this Udaki dance performance is represented by another prominent name in Kandian dancing actually, and this is represented by Mr. Kondadeniye Samansiri.
Even though the Udaki dancers usually play their rhythms on the Udakia that they carry in hand, here in this troupe, we see that the Gatabera players accompany them with the rhythms that they involve in the dance movements. And the dancers maintain a deep mandir, or the main stance of the Kandian dance, the typical squarey shape of the legs.
Here we see two of the junior elephants taking part in the procession of the Vishnu Devalaya, Sanju belonging to Mr. Jagat Pitana of Matugama and Chuti Menike belonging to Mr. Bharata Amaratunga of Meegoda. And here we arrive at the most awaited moment of the Sri Maha Vishnu Esala Perahera, as we see the arrival of the ceremonial tusker who shall be carrying the godly ornaments of Lord Vishnu. And this trio of tuskers will be escorted by the West Dance, that is represented by the team of Mr. Sarath Dekanayaka.
Seeing the moving hands of this dancer on screen, it reminds me of a fact that one of our great dancers, Guru Tichapatjala Suramba, mentioned once that the hands of the West dancer must be held in a position similar to the tusks of an elephant.
Just as similar to the Dalada Perahera, even in the Sri Maha Vishnu Esala Perahera, we will be seeing an ensemble of Thabboru instrumentalists who shall be walking in front of the ceremonial tusker carrying the godly ornaments. In fact, it is the latest addition to the Vishnu Esala procession since the year 2022.
Thabboru is also known as the Patahaberea, which is its ancient name. A large cylindrical drum made out of copper.
Preceded by the chief trustee of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya in Kandy, we will be seeing the ceremonial tusker Rama belonging to the late Mr. Tuda Gunasekara of Heyantudua, who shall be carrying the requilleries of Lord Vishnu for the 8th consecutive year.
Right next to the dancers on the line of the right side, we can see the music ensemble, the Thabboru player, the Nagasenam player, and the cymbal player.
Preceded by the chief trustee of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya, as we mentioned before. Here we see the most devout moment when the royal tusker Rama, belonging to the late Mr. Tuda Gunasekara of Heyantudua, carrying the requilleries of Lord Vishnu, accompanied by the elephant Vasana, belonging to Mrs. Krishanti Alapatha of Ratnapura, and the elephant Rani, belonging to Mr. Deepthi Kumara of Biyagama. And now we see the second troupe of West dancers of the Sri Maha Vishnu Esala Perahera. And this team is represented by the veteran artist Kandy Esala Perahera. And the role of this particular West dance troupe is to escort the way for the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Maha Vishnu Esala in Kandy.
It is interesting to note that the dancers, unlike in the Maligawa Perahera, their serenity is maintained by West dancers all through. These dancers take their freedom to hype up the dance and perform faster movements. Making use of the long tail-like ornament that hangs from the tip of the headgear, the Eka Valor, the dancers perform swirling movements of their torso.
This evening, we will be seeing the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Maha Vishnu Esala in Kandy, Honorable Mahindra Ratwatte, who is also the Basnayaka Nilame of the Alutnuwara Dadimunda Devalaya, who will be leading the Basnayaka Nilames of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya. And today he is accompanied by the Basnayaka Nilames of the rural shrines that are affiliated to the Sri Maha Vishnu Esala in Kandy. We see the Basnayaka Nilame of the Dalada Vishnu Devalaya, Honorable Priyantha Yapa Bandara, the Basnayaka Nilame of the Lanka Tilaka Vishnu Devalaya, Honorable Priyantha Amunugama, and the Basnayaka Nilame of the Hangurankita Vishnu Devalaya, Honorable Abhita Ratnayaka. We see how all four of them walk under the pearl umbrella known as the Mutukuda, surrounded by the guards and being followed by the Vidanes or the chieftains of the villages that are affiliated to the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya. While that marks the end of the Sri Maha Vishnu Esala Perahera, we shall be proceeding to the next Devala episode or the next segment of the Grand Randoli Perahera, which is the commencement of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession.
God Katharagama is the son of God Shiva and Goddess Parvati, and his brother being God Ganesha, the god of wisdom. And God Katharagama is considered to be the god of war. Hence the color red is associated with him. Today we worship God Kataragama as a Buddhist god. According to some literal sources, the Buddha entrusted God Kataragama the task of protecting Buddhism in Sri Lanka.
Leading the procession of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya are the flag bearers, the Buddhist flag bearers in fact, led by the Civil Defence Authority of Pallekele. And in this segment we will be seeing a collection of flags, not just Buddhist flags but several other flags that are relevant to the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya. This is the illuminated view of the Kandy Citadel right now, decorated with lights to welcome the Grand Randoli Perahera, the much awaited event of the Kandy Esala Perahera season. And this production is brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya in Kandy is one of the key places of worship that are dedicated to Lord Kataragama in the city of Kandy. And the specialty of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya is being the only out of the Satara Maha Devalaya, or the four main shrines that are located outside the premises of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, as it is located in the Kotugodalla Vidya, which was formerly known as the ancient Kavikara Vidya, where the poets of the king had used to reside during the times of royalty. Now we see the official Hevisi troupe of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya in Kandy, and this troupe of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya is being represented by the veteran artist P.V. James, who is also a part of the Badulla Helhalpe Shanita Ruwanpatirana Aesthetic Academy.
Ever since the sacred Bodhi sapling was brought to Sri Lanka by Theri Sangamitta, paying homage to the Buddha and the sacred objects associated with the Buddha has been a long tradition. Performing sound offerings to the sacred tooth relic has formed throughout centuries a rich and a profound art of drumming, and especially Hevisi drumming, which is considered the foremost traditional temple drumming art of Sri Lanka. In keeping with the Perahera tradition, the horn players always perform or play the tune, melody of the Gajaga Vandama. And Gajaga Vandama is a song that describes the celestial elephant Airavana, the vehicle of god Indra, or Sakra as we know this god. As the dowel drummers play the simple rhythm of jing, taku jing, over that the contrasting variations are played by the thammatam as and the two rhythm patterns played in combination make a completely rounded rhythm that inspires the dancers, the drummers, and the audience too. Hundreds of rhythm patterns that are played on these drums are emanating from four basic sounds known as Tat, Jit, Ton, Nam. And the four sounds are common to all types of drums found in Sri Lanka.
Leading the way in the procession of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya's troop of elephants. Here we see the elephant Rani belonging to Mr. Nalaka Jayasinghe of Godagama. On the mount of Rani we see an official who is carrying the flag of Ravana. Next up, we are seeing a troupe of Pantheru dancers, and this troupe of Pantheru dancers of the Sri Maha Kataragama Esala Perahera will be represented this evening by Mr. Lakmal Veerasinghe of the Hela Kala Aesthetic Academy.
The Pantheru dance was nurtured in the traditional rituals Sat Satya, Suvisi Vivarana, Pansalisvas, and various other rituals that are performed in honor of the Buddha.
Here we see the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Maha Kataragama Esala in Kandy. The Gajanayaka Nilame is in fact the royal troop, the official who is responsible for the troop of elephants of the particular Esala. And here we see this Nilame who is in charge of the elephants in the Sri Maha Kataragama Esala. This elephant is Podiraja, belonging to Mr. Chamila Bandaranayaka of Gannoruwa. you too would be joining the live broadcast of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2024, the Grand Randoli Procession, brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, where in fact this particular live telecast will be happening from 10 different international languages.
The swaying movements of the Savarang dancers create picturesque movements, pictures, images of beauty in the space. Now this fact is described in our traditional poetry as the dancers create Rupa Natum, imagery dances.
This troupe of Savarang dancers are being represented by Mr. A. Suraj Madhushan of the Divyanjali Aesthetic Academy.
Of the different types of dances explained in the traditional literature are Atata Natum, Vitata Natum, Geeta Natum, Rupa Natum are prominent. And the Savarang dance definitely falls into the category of Rupa Natum or imagery dances.
The elephants taking part in the Kandy Esala Perahera are not just from Kandy, but they represent various cities of the country. And these two elephants are in fact coming all the way from the city of Hambantota. Here we have the elephants Hiruni and Hesara belonging to Mr. Ajit Galage of Hambantota. Following Hiruni and Hesara, we are now seeing a Thalam dance troupe, which is represented by Mr. Kondadiniye Samansiri of the Vasala Rajasirita Aesthetic Academy.
Thalam is the dance form that falls in the category of Thala Natum, the dance that establishes the beating of Thalam or the hand cymbals in their dance. The Kandy Esala Perahera is perhaps the only occasion where one is able to witness all the different types of folk dances and the main types of the classical Kandian dance in a single event. So that the spectator can make comparisons and learn the differences and the similarities found among the different dance forms and the rhythm patterns played on different types of drums. A well choreographed dance, making use of the space to the maximum.
We are just about to take a turn in the culture that we have been noticing in the Perahera thus far. A slightly Indian touch, a slight deviation from the traditional Sri Lankan dancing style that we have been noticing, which we will bring to you shortly. We are still witnessing this beautiful Thalam dance that is colored by this colorful set of costumes. As mentioned before, this troupe of Thalam dancers are represented by Mr. Kondadeniye Samansevi. And next we are seeing a Pathuru dance item which is representing the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala Perahera for the very first year. And this team is led by Mr. Hasitha Ramanayaka of the Hasitha Ramanayaka Aesthetic Academy.
energetic movements performed by the Paturu dancers in a very fast tempo bring out the quality attributed to God Kataragama as the god of war, that is virility.
We could notice how the city of Kandy is watched by the great Buddha statue of Bhairavakanda and guarded by the stupa of Askirya, which is one of the two highlighted icons of the Kandy city. And right now we are entering into that switch which we just spoke of, the South Indian touch to this Perahera. And this is the troupe of Kawadi dancers. And we believe it would be great to know about what Kawadi is and how it is connected to the cult of God Kataragama.
Well, this traditional devotional dance, as you said, which has close connections to the South Indian culture, the South Indian worship of God Kataragama, is a truly devotional dance where the dancers, the performers express their utmost devotion of the God that they are believing in, that is God Kataragama. The decorative piece that they are carrying on their heads and shoulders, which is known as Kawadi, represents the 2 feet of God Kataragama and symbolically presenting or symbolizing that they are carrying the burden of life. The orchestra that accompanies this dance consists of 2 pavil players, the traditional temple drums of the Hindu temples, along with side drums and trumpets. A perfect amalgamation, blend of 2 cultures, 2 systems of music. The word Kawadi itself means burden. As I mentioned earlier, the decorative object of the dancers carry on their shoulders the symbolic representation of the feet of God Kataragama. Beside the kavadi, these dancers also carry two other props or weapons in their hands. The trident or the trishul, the weapon attributed to God Shiva, the father of Kataragama, and the spear, the weapon attributed to God Kataragama himself. The dance is a free and spontaneous expression of the feelings and devotions of the devotees and does not involve a codified technique.
Next we have the peacock dance, and this peacock dance is also quite similar or quite authentic to the cult of God Kataragama. As we all know, the peacock is the mount of God Kataragama, and it would be great to know the story about this as well.
Well, Nilesh, as you rightly mentioned, each god of the Hindu pantheon and the Buddhist pantheon is attributed with, most of the time, an animal as his mount or the vehicle that he uses to travel about. And this peacock dance or the Mayura dance is found in South India and now popularly used in the Perahera in Sri Lanka. And in our traditional Kandy dance too. In the Vannam of the 18 Vannams, there is one Vannama, the Mayura Vannama, that describes the peacock. And here we see the music ensemble for the Mayura dance. On the left we see the traditional tawil.
previous Kavadi dance we saw was trained by Mr. Indika Prasad Kuraratne. The peacock dance we witnessed was trained by Mr. Mahesh Veerasekar of the Surindu Aesthetic Academy. And right now we are seeing a Bhakti Kavadi performance that is trained by Mr. Deshan Nipun of the Nipuna Rangayatana or the Nipuna Aesthetic Academy of Kamburupitiya. It's interesting to note how these dancers have come all the way from Matara to take part in the Kandy Esala Perahera.
Well, in contrast to the previous Kavadi dance, which was a sheer expression of the utmost devotion, the devotional feeling of the dancers, this Kavadi dance is a well choreographed performance using various set patterns, steps and formations. And dancing in unison. These young dancers seem to have got their basic training in Kandian steps, and the choreography here involves a range of Kandian dance steps in the style of Kavadi dancing.
We are back to the same track, I believe. We are back to the same sort of dancing that we have been seen throughout the Perahera. And this is a Nayandi dance troupe that is of the Kandian upcountry tradition. And this troupe of Nayandi dancers of the Sri Maha Katharagama Esala Perahera this evening are represented by Mr. Pradeep Nishankar. The usual turban color of the Nayandi dancers is white, but here, in keeping with the synonymous color of god Katharagama, these dancers are wearing a red turban.
the drummers on the two lines are playing a rhythm pattern known as kunjigata, 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 kunjigata. Though the main sound comes out in that form, the two sides are playing two different rhythm patterns. In fact, the complete opposite of the same pattern divided into the two sides. In other words, the negative and positive sound patterns or the rhythm patterns combine to make a powerful harmonic rhythm that inspires the dance.
This is the elephant Sudumenike, belonging to Mr. Buddhika Mirihalla of Ganethanna. We have now reached the most awaited moment of the Sri Mahakataragama Devala Perahera, the godly ornaments being carried, and the trio of ceremonial elephants are being escorted by this troupe of West dancers who are represented by the artist Gaishan Malagammana of the Malagammana Aesthetic Academy.
These varied movements that the West dancers perform emanate from basic exercises of the feet known as Pasaramba, which are 12 in number, and Atsaramba, the hand exercises or hand movements, also are 12 in number.
Do we hear the collaboration between the Gata Bere and the Tawil Bere being played at the same time?
Right behind the Kandian dancers who herald the tuskers carrying the reliquaries, we hear the Tawil drummers Nadaswaram players, according to the rhythm of the Tawil drummers, are playing devotional music of the Hindu temples.
Here we see the ceremonial elephants of the Sri Maha Katharagama Devale being preceded by the chief priest or the Iyer of the Katharagama Devale, who is actually of Indian origin, and he is in charge of all the offerings that are taken place in the Sri Maha Katharagama Devale. This evening in the Grand Randoli Perahera, the requelaries of Lord Katharagama will be carried by the elephant Aruna, belonging to Venerable Higgoda Chandimatero, the chief incumbent of the Handala Rajamaha Viharaya in Vattala. Aruna will be accompanied by the elephant Esala, belonging to Venerable Katugasthora Sarada Thero, the chief incumbent of the Pirisyala Senanayaka Mudalindarama temple, and the elephant Bibila, belonging to Mr. Udara Galappatti of Giriyulla. Now we see the second troop of West dancers of the Sri Maha Katharagama Esala Perahera, who will be escorting the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Maha Katharagama Devalaya. And this troop of West dancers will also be represented by Mr. Gaishan Malagammana of the Malagammana Aesthetic Academy.
This inward and outward movement of the dancers is a typical movement of the Perahera dances. The dancers must dance in one position as well as walk in a dance step to keep the pace of the Perahera. And this needs special training and experience. As students, young dance students are not taught how to dance in the Perahera, but they gain experience by performing in the Peraheras with the senior masters.
This evening in the Grand Randoli Perahera, we see the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devali in Kandy, Honorable Daminda Bandara Uduravana taking the lead. He is also the Basnayak Nilame of the Paskamanatha Devali in Hevahata, and he is accompanied by the Basnayak Nilames of the rural shrines that are affiliated to the Sri Maha Kataragama Devali in Kandy. We see the Basnayak Nilame of the Morape Kataragama Devali in Kotmale, Honorable S.K. Ratnayaka, and the Basnayak Nilame of the Ganegoda Kataragama Devali in Doluwa, Honorable Asanka Ranavana. We see the Basnayak Nilames walking under the pearl umbrella known as the Mutukudaya, being surrounded by the Murayuddha guards and also being followed by the Vidanes or the chieftains of the villages that are affiliated to the Sri Maha Kataragama Devale in Kandy. And that marks the end of the Sri Maha Kataragama Esala Perahera, where we shall now step into the final segment of the Sri Maha Pattini Esala Perahera. That will be the last episode of the Kandy Esala Perahera for the year 2024.
Goddess Pattini is considered as the goddess of chastity. She is worshipped in Sri Lanka today as the Buddhist goddess, though her origin is from Hindu origins. The story of Goddess Pattini is found in the ancient literal work of India known as Chilapadikaram. We now see the heavy ensemble of the Pattini Devala, led by artists M.G. Palitani Shankar, M.G. Sirisena and M.G. Premadasa. As they descend from the ancient Panikki lineages, the tussle on their drums indicate their position. heavy rhythm and a simple step creates a serene atmosphere.
We now see the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahapattini Devala in Kandy, the royal official who is in charge of the troop of elephants who shall be taking part in the procession of Goddess Pattini. This Gajanayaka Nilame is on the mount of the elephant Isuru, belonging to Venerable Urlavatte Sri Dhammarakita Thero, the chief incumbent of the Mahiyangana Rajamahaviharya. And now, following the elephant Isuru, we see the first female dance item that we shall witness in the Grand Randoli Perahera. And this is a Pantheru dance act that is being introduced to the Perahera by the Sri Lanka Nrutya Mandala Aesthetic Academy of Gampala.
According to our ancient literature and belief, the Pantheru is associated with Goddess Pattini too. One of the ancient poems connected with the cult of Goddess Pattini and the Pantheru dance describe that the Pantheru belongs to Goddess Pattini. It has been a long tradition that only in the Pattini Esala Perahera that female dancers are allowed to perform.
We are now seeing a billowing fan dance, also known as the Kulunatuma, and this particular dance act is being represented by the Suirisi Aesthetic School of Galembidunueva.
A nicely choreographed folk dance. Though this is a very popular folk dance nowadays, this dance came into being in Sri Lanka in the early 1950s. But it bears very traditional ancient prospectus in its movement, as it is connected with the paddy culture of Sri Lanka.
This is the elephant Rani, belonging to the late Mr. Richard Gonakumbura of Balangoda. Next, we are seeing a pot dance, also known as the Kalagidinatuma, and this dance is represented by the Nirmali Aesthetic School of Kadugannava.
This too is a popular folk dance. In its usual form, it represents the fetching of water in the pitchers. The dancers enjoy the performance themselves, thus inspiring the audience too. It seems that they are performing certain modern steps, but inspired by the Kandian style.
This troupe of Savarang dancers are represented by the Sarasavi Aesthetic Academy of Molagoda.
Clad in yellow costumes, the color synonymous with goddess Pattini, these dancers perform the Rupa Natum or the picturesque dances.
Next, we will be seeing upcountry traditional female dance performance. And this dance act will be represented by the Dandiyagama Aesthetic Academy of Mavatagama.
The Udarata Shastriya or the upcountry classical dance variety of the female form of Kandian dance. This is the female counterpart of the traditional West dance. The well-tuned drums create a strong pitch in the sound.
In front of us is the elephant manique belonging to Mr. Dhanuka Kempitiya of Kegol. I believe this is the wood clappers or the Paturu dance that we will be seeing. And this particular Paturu dance will be trained by the Nishanta Sangeet Navaranga Aesthetic Academy of Galnavar.
The tapping of the sprinters or the clappers established a strong beat. This is the female Nayandi dance troupe presented by Ketumati Kalayathane Murutalava. Even though the term Nayandi is used, indicates the costume of the dancer, here in this case it refers to the dance that is performed by these female dancers.
This is the elephant maniquet belonging to Mrs. Shriyani Gunawardana of Mobitel. Next we have the Paimpat dance troupe, and this Paimpat dance troupe is represented by the Dana Aesthetic School of Kadugannawa.
The Paimpatha is an important part of the traditional West dancers' headgear. And these dancers are wearing a prominent headgear that is inspired by, the shape of which is inspired by that of the West tattoo of the Kandian dancer. Hence the name Paimpat dance. Next we see the Savarang dance presented by the Nelka Institute of Arts, Murutalava. The swaying movement of the Savrang dancers now gradually paved the way for the next Kandian dance group. Yet another group of female Panteru dancers presented by Jayashani Institute of Art, Gorakadenia. This female Panteru dance group, in the execution of their movements, perform bringing in a combination of the traditional male Panteru dancers and the female representation of the Kandian dance.
The elephant who we now see is Parami, belonging to Mr. Samantha Vijayamanna of Medagoda. And here we come to the pinnacle movement of the Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera. The West Dance Troupe, led by Mr. Mithun Bandara of the Mithun Bandara Aesthetic Academy, welcoming the ceremonial elephant of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya.
West dancers making their way through with movements that represent different dynamics of the Kandian dance style as well as the different dynamics of the Gataberea.
Now we will be seeing the godly ornaments of goddess Pattini being reverentially carried by the ceremonial elephant.
West dancers performing a typical Naru Matra or a frill dance as loosely translated.
This evening, the godly ornaments of goddess Pattini will be carried by the elephant Manike belonging to Mr. H.R. Nishanka of Kegol. It's interesting to see how the godly ornaments are being carried by hand using the ancient technique known as Ate Vedamavima. This is Manike from Kegol, who will be carrying the godly ornaments of goddess Pattini this evening.
Now see the next group of West dancers heralding the Basnayaka Nilame.
This troupe of West dancers will be represented this evening by the Chandana Jayaratna Aesthetic Academy of Matale.
It is interesting to note that in the entire Perahera, from the Maligawa Perahera to the Satara Devala, all the West dancers have made it a point to perform what is known as Naru Matra or the fan steps holding the two large frills on either side. And this has become a significant movement of the Kandy Esala Perahera. This style of Narumatra or steps with holding the frills, I think is deriving from the movements that Guru Nittawala Gunaya performed in his Samanala Vannama or the butterfly dance, where he held the side frills to indicate the feathers of the butterfly. Today it has become a significant movement of the very Kandian style of the West dance.
On this grand Randoli procession, now we are seeing the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Mahapattini Devala in Kandy, Honorable Hemantha Bandaraherath, who is also the Basnayak Nilame of the Hanguranketa Pattini Devala and the Wilbaba Pattini Devala in Kurunagala. He is also accompanied by the Basnayak Nilames of the rural shrines affiliated to the Sri Mahapattini Devala in Kandy. We see the Basnayak Nilame of the Ambokka Pattini Devala in Matale, Honorable Ryan Valisundara, the Basnayak Nilame of the Wallahagoda Kataragama Devala in Gampala, Honorable Srimat Valivita, and the Basnayak Nilame of the Alawatugoda Saman Devala in Akurana, Honorable Bhashana Kulatunga. An interesting feature about the Randoli Perahera is that we will be seeing the palanquins or the Randolava of the four Devalas being carried. Here we see the palanquins of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya, the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya, Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya, and the Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya being carried at the end of the procession. And that marks the end of the 5th Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2024. We hope that our country will be blessed with fertility and rains. For 10 consecutive nights, we witnessed the glamour of the Perahera while appreciating our proud heritage that we pledge to preserve till eternity. May our country prosper. Dalada Samidu Pihitai.